Good morning, traders. Today is Wednesday, October 27th. My name is Charles, and this is the Pirate Traders live stream. All right. So what are we looking at here today? Well, I wanted to start the day looking at the SPX chart just so we could clearly see some of the gaps that we've left behind in the market here over the last few weeks. So the market, or last few, I guess, week and a half, so the market had this big correction, okay? We broke out of the downtrend, and since then we have done nothing but create excess to the upside. We had a little bit of balance here for just like a couple of days last week, but then we instantly popped right back out on Friday and began the process of creating excess to the upside. So as always, just your friendly neighborhood reminder that when you create excess, you gotta balance it off. You either balance it off by going sideways at higher prices, like here, excess, balance, here, excess, balance, here, excess, balance, right? You see that? Or you correct it by pulling back with price, where you push up and create that excess, and then you have to pull back down with price, looking for support, okay? So both of these are options that the market will have to, put into play at some point. It's going to have to balance off all this excess that it's created here. So then I look at what happened in the overnight last night. So the excess continued yesterday in the market. We got another gap higher. We got a big push up. We started trending yesterday, and then the market got itself overly long, made a new all-time high with excess on the high. So that means the market doesn't need to go any higher. It's a good high up there at the new all-time high. So then the market pulled back down. It repaired that weakness in the gap, and then instantly kind of found support and traded around there for the rest of the day. So now the overnight was rotational. The overnight was just rotating up and down, a sign of uncertainty, of no leadership in the market, but it rotated lower, which I find very, very interesting. It found resistance trying to get back above these levels where we were rotating yesterday, and it explored lower prices. Also, if you look at the value area from the two overnights, it's actually overlapping to lower. So this is the value area from 2 nights ago, and then from last night, you can see it's overlapping to lower. So again, this is just like a first signal that perhaps the market is ready to spend some time balancing off all this excess that it pushed higher. I thought we were going to get it down here. I thought we were going to get that balance down here, but the market just continued higher. So eventually it has to balance off all this momentum to the upside. Will it be today? Let's wait and see. Okay. So what are we looking for this morning? Well, when the market opens, we're opening inside the previous day's range and inside the previous day's value area. So it's a very high probability we're just going to get chop. The market is just going to grind up and down. So the first thing I'm kind of going to watch is these two nodes where the overnight market spent a bunch of time, and what kind of happens as we bounce between those two. The next area to kind of keep an eye on is this node here, which is where we put in a lot of volume and time yesterday, and that overnight high. If we can get above those levels, so call that like 45.76, if we can get above there, come back down and find support, that will be good for continuation to go repair the weak E period high that we left behind yesterday. And then if the market instead trades lower, repairing the weak M period low that we left behind yesterday, I'll be looking for support in this area around yesterday's low. If that fails, the market will push lower. There's also this node right below, so we may have to be a little bit patient with it. But we look for it to push lower and then come back up and find resistance for continuation lower. Okay. So essentially, just to simplify this once again, market pushes up to here, comes back down, finds support. We look for continuation higher. It pushes below here, comes back up and finds resistance. We look for continuation lower. Okay? Anywhere in between, here and here, the market could just bounce around. It could just rotate sideways. So let's let the market chop this morning and see where it takes us. Good morning, Mangala. Good to see you. Ronald, good morning to you. David, good to see you back again. Rad, good morning to you. Bob, good morning to you. Welcome. Bryce is here. Morning from Wisco. Morning to you from New York. Two Manifs back with us. Good morning to you. Nicholas is here. Good morning to you as well. Fausto in the house. How's it going? Jay Trader. Good morning. Good morning. Sanju, good to see you. Welcome back. Arthur is here. Good to see you. JG with the GM. Good morning to you. Tom is here. Good morning. Brian, yeah, I got to give that data a second. And good morning. Cotton Dog. Good morning to you. Jamie in the house. Good to see you. Vincent is here. Good morning. Ray, good to see you from Jacksonville. Welcome. And White is back with us. Good morning, Kings. Kings and Queens. And all the in-betweens. Phoenix in the house. Good to see you. All right, so we repaired that weak M period low. So now we're looking for the market to find support. We're looking for the buyers to start to step in here, particularly when we get into this node left behind from 2 days ago, which is right where the overnight found support. Miles, good morning to you. I wonder if a chop fest type of day is worth a buy at the overnight low with a tight stop, or vice versa on the overnight high. Yeah, I think that's a fair play. Like I said, if the market's gonna find support, it'll be in this node right here. So if you wanted to buy that and then just have your stop real tight, you totally could. As far as the overnight high is concerned, yeah, pretty much same play. I don't know, though. The market might need to trade up into here looking for resistance. So, you know, I would almost rather enter a trade in here with like a stop right here. If I'm trying to keep it tight. Okay, breaking yesterday's low is the first like tiny bit bearish thing to see. So once again, looking for support in here. 104 people watching. Thank you so much for joining. 32 likes. Let's pump those likes. If we can get up above 75 before the end of the first hour, I'll stick around for the rest of the day. You get the pirate until the closing bell. But you got to smash that like. Oh boy, that worked. Incentives. I see how this works. Okay. Good taper on that low. Well, actually, not great taper on the low. For it to be good taper, we would like to have seen more than 800 contracts here where we had 400. So they're probably going to need to push down in there again, get a little more two-sided trade. Also watching to see if this node above us starts to become resistance right at yesterday's low. So as the market pushes up into there, are the ticks getting pushed lower? That's a sign that the sellers are piling on right there at yesterday's low. Scooball, good morning to you. One dislike for blackmailing. That's okay. I'll take it. Of course, it's way too early in the day to get overly focused on value, but value is overlapping to lower. So that's sort of a neutral, sort of a sideways to bearish signal that the market either needs to go sideways or pull back down. But like I said, that can change if we start to trend higher here today, which it doesn't feel like that's what's going to happen. Okay, so no resistance there at yesterday's low. Nor Auto Trading, good to see you. All the way from Norway. Cotton Dog, the NQ is up. The Russell is down. Divergence must be earnings related. Could be. Yeah, you're right. Those look like polar opposites right now. Okay, NQ looking much stronger than the ES here. Their overnight also rotated, but it didn't get below yesterday's low. Also, their value area this morning is opening inside the previous day's range as opposed to overlapping to lower. And we remember that their high yesterday came within just like a point of the all-time high. So that's very, very weak and in need of repair. So they've got a good, strong target to the upside. All right, back to the ES. All right, trading back above the opening price. We got some chop here this morning. So once again, to get me long in this market, they got to get above this node and then come back down and find support. Then I'll look for continuation higher. Otherwise, my assumption is we push in, find resistance, and then rotate back down, and then we just start the process of rotating. RK with the $5 donation. Matches tip day. Appreciate you, brother. Oh no, it looks like it didn't. Streamlabs doesn't include that in the little donation goal tab that I have down there at the bottom of my window there. But I'll keep track. Thank you guys. Fausto with another 5. Appreciate you, brother. Okay, market looking strong here. Not really getting any resistance up there. Fausto saying the one-time framing lesson is don't stay wrong in a trade when the market is trading against you. Could have saved me thousands in the past. It's true. So for those of you that don't know what he's talking about, there's something we see in the market that we call one-time framing, where each time period, each 30-minute time period, pushes higher than the last. And it just kind of keeps going as long as the lows stay above the previous lows. And one thing about when the market is trending like that in one time framing is a lot of times it makes you feel like it's getting overly extended. It makes you feel like it's pushing too far and it needs to pull back. So instinctually, you'll want to short it. And so that one time framing rule, just that you don't go short until you get the cessation, until you get the end of that one time framing, can be such a powerful tool to save you money. The point of that one is to stop you from losing money. It helps to put your emotions in check when the market is trending irrationally far. Okay, this doesn't quite feel like support here. This feels more like resistance, so I think we need to pull back down lower, looking for support. Screwball, what do you think about moving your stop loss to the price of the trade once it moves on your side? Yeah, so I always, of course, move it a tick above because then that one tick will cover your fees, you know? It's a strategy. It's definitely a strategy, although it's really about timing, right? Because it depends what kind of trader you are. For example, me, I'm always early. I always see a move long before it happens, and I always FOMO into the trade before I wait for good support and for double confirmation. So a lot of times when I enter a trade, if I immediately move my stop a tick above break even, it'll come back down and take it out every time. And then you just start getting frustrated, and then you end up missing the move, right? So like say you go long here, market pushes up, you move your stop a tick above break even, it comes back down and fills it. Well, then you're like, it starts to move up again. It comes back down. You're like, okay, let me get back in the trade. Does it again. And eventually you're like, fuck this. And you just stop even trying to take the trade. And that's when the market takes off without you. So there's, moving your stop a tick above break even is a really good strategic move, but you need to make sure you wait until the market is fully breaking out in your direction and it's not going to come back there. Otherwise, it'll just be a waste of mental capital. You'll drive yourself crazy, re-entering the trade. So what I like to do is I like to wait till you get a good. So say I entered here and I put my stop right here, and then the market pushes up to here, pulls back down, starts finding support in here, and then starts going up again. That's when I move the stop. Chop, 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 chop. Let's take a look at the NQ. Pretty thin volume here in the middle of this range, so I would expect the NQ to trade back down towards its halfback at about 15,604. Build in some volume there. But obviously in a when what should happen doesn't. If it finds support right here and continues higher, that is bullish. Good taper on the low. Bad taper on the high. So that's in need of some more two-sided trade up there. Back to the ES. Two manifs, you adding to positions? Yeah, that's something I'm in my own personal trading journey I'm working on right now. I'm trying to get better at adding to winners. Never ever averaging down losers, but adding to winners when they're going my way. Bryce, range day? Could be. I mean, we're set up for a rotational day. But both markets have a target to the upside pretty far up there. So the NQ has that poor high from the fact that it came within $1 of the all-time high. And the ES has this weak E period high up here. So both are targets to the upside that the market might need to repair. But otherwise, yeah, it feels like we need a rotational day to absorb all this excess we've had to the upside. $71 likes. Got to get to 75. Got 35 minutes to get those 4 more people to commit to a thumbs up for me to stay the rest of the day. There we go. Thank you, guys. Thank you for those likes. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I'm here to stay. Donkey needs some Brigade members to change to thumbs down. You don't want to hang out with the masses? You don't want to hang out with the regular people? The regular people. Vincent. Yeah, let me pull up that chart. Yeah, I mean, it could signal that the move got some good excess on the high and is ready for a pullback. It certainly looks like the move should be getting tired. Like, I really would have expected we would have got some more rotation in here and then got a breakout higher. But as the market does, it gets itself overly long. They get overly excited. Think about that art auction, right? Painting. Do I have any bidders for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000? They bid it up. They bid it up. They bid it up. By the time it gets down to the last couple of bidders, they're paying way more than they wanted to. They're paying way more than what that painting is worth just to beat each other. Just because one of them desperately wants it more than the other. And so the auction gets itself overly long. But in the stock market, the auction goes two ways. It's not just up. So as soon as the participants realize they've gotten themselves overly long, they turn around and bring it back. So a wick like that is often a signal that that is what's happening. You can look here. You can see these three wicks here. Got these wicks up here. Pretty common. Okay, internals are kind of giving us mixed signals here. Nothing clear in the internals just yet. You got the two slower internals, the advancers versus decliners, and the breadth are still kind of pointing down. But the ticks are starting to trend higher and getting above that zero line, which is bullish. So now if the market's going to continue higher, we should stay above this node of volume. So the lower level of that being about 71.50. Push up, come back down. That should be good support for continuation. If we come back in and pull back below that, it'll be a sign that we're going to go rotational. Okay, we created a poor high, and we're now getting a push away, which will let us test this potential support. If it holds, that's good for continuation higher. Jay Trader, I can sing to the public now. Yeah, let me get my voice box warmed up here. La 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 la. Oh, you meant on the 15-minute, not the daily. Oh, you meant the wick to the downside on the 15-minute. Yeah, I mean, that move down was very interesting. If the market, which is, so far it's finding support here, looking to push higher, if it continues to do that, then we'll know this was all just a big squeeze, you know, just to get some people short so that they could reverse it on them, squeeze them out. But the option, like I said, until we can get above this node, the option is still very, very probable that the market just rotates sideways. We're slowly pulling the value area higher. That's a little bit bullish. Still overlapping to lower, but we're getting close. All right, moment of truth here for this node. Can it hold as support? Right around 72.50. Doesn't look like it. Let's jump over and look at the NQ. All right, so we're backfilling some of those low volume nodes. Same thing with this node of volume from this morning, around 1589. Can that hold? Another poor high on this market as well. So it's just short-term traders speculating this morning, getting themselves overly long and overly short. We call that chop. Back to the ES. Harry, have you ever observed SPY and ES together, whether they move at the same time? They do. They move perfectly in sync with each other. They don't, the price point doesn't necessarily line up exactly. You know, they're usually like $10 off from each other. But as far as like if the ES moves up a point, the SPX will move up a point as well. There are what are called arbitrage bots that guarantee that, at least during the regular trading hours. Connor likes the way the market profile looks. I was considering getting Sierra charts, but what you have to look at for market profile. Yeah, so this is called Window Trader. It's window spelled with a W or without a W at the end. You can find it at windowtrader.com. It is expensive though. There's two versions. There's a full version called Window Trader Blue. That's like $280, and then there's a light version, which is the one I use, which costs like $150. And then you also have to pay for the data, which costs anywhere from like $100 to $200 a month. So it's pretty expensive, but it's the best of the best. You have complete control of how you make this look. Whereas with Sierra charts and those other ones, you're a lot more limited. But I definitely would say you don't need Window Trader. Like if Sierra chart, if you try it out and you like it, it's perfectly fine. All you need is to be able to see the amount of volume that trades at each particular level and the amount of time that the market spends, which is what the letters show us by overlapping like this. So that's all you need. You don't need the fancy doodads. Black Cat is saying, refresh. My data gives 4 points of excess. On the ES? I don't think so. I can try. Where'd that request tick data button go? No can do, no can find. Mangala, I see chop and no clear direction. You and me are on the same page, brother. They haven't told us what they're doing yet here today. Donkey, what do you mean by you're making that at a poor high? Yeah, I hear you, Black Cat. It's just it's not showing on my data as 4 ticks. I don't know why. Normally there's a button here that you can click for requesting a data update, but it's not showing up. Very weird. Could turn it off and turn it back on, but I got people watching, so it's okay. Donkey, the AB periods are 1 TPO. Well, but let's think about it like this, right? If it's a poor high, what is what does that tell us the market's likely to do? It's likely to push away. Well, the second we got that, we started to pull back and we pulled straight down all the way to here. So if it comes back and repairs it later in the day, it did act as a poor high. So let's not get overly obsessed about it. So far, it's working out. Looks like the NQ may have made a poor low. They did. Poor high and poor low. Guys, this is short-term traders. This is just pure speculation happening in this market. These people are guessing. Well, so what if they're guessing, Charles? What does that mean for us? Well, I don't like to trade like a gambler. I don't like to guess what I think the market's going to do. I like to trade like a casino. I like to know the probabilities of the success of a trade before I enter it. So I don't want to jump in here and speculate before the market has made a clear decision because anything can happen. It's too random. Fausto, we're not one time framing yet? No, sir. Not one time framing yet. And truly, I mean, yeah, it's like if we start one time framing in the A and B period, it's like you notice it, but it doesn't really count unless it continues into the C period. Just because we so often have these fake outs in the first hour of the day where the market pushes one way and then reverses the other. So really got to wait for that C period to come in, and if you get continuation there, then you know it's truly one time framing. Yeah, Black Cat, you have to use just regular ADD on Trading View, which covers the full market, not just the 500 stocks that are in the S&P. But it works exactly the same. It'll look precisely the same. It'll have slightly different numbers. It'll have larger numbers. So like with the ADSPD, a high number is like 300 or negative 300. Whereas on that one, it'll be like 1,000 or 2,000, but they move exactly the same pretty much. So it's just as good of a signal, I think. Ocean Blue, Charles, you added the blue line boxes on overnight action. Yeah, I mean that's the value area. So the blue box here is the same as the blue box here. It just shows us where roughly 70% of the overnight trade took place. But I didn't just add that. I've always had that on there. I don't really use it that much, but it's there in case I want to observe it. Choppity chop chop. Looks like the NQ's heading down to repair that poor low. Yeah, Black Cat. If you're looking for the advancers versus decliners on TradingView, it's just called ADD. Yeah, all you have to put in is just ADD, and it'll show you there. Ocean Blue, what happened to Archer? I think you mean RK Leon. I think she went on vacation. I could have swore she mentioned something like that. Yeah, Donkey, shots fired. Ocean Blue's trying to pick a fight. He's accusing you of murder. So I have a feeling there are some of you out there. This is just a feeling because I did it for so many years. I have a feeling there's some of you out there that have been going long and short and in and out and getting squeezed and then getting your stop filled. And then you've been taking trade and taking trade and taking trade. Maybe you're up, maybe you're down. But probably mentally right now in this moment, you're going absolutely crazy. You're like, fuck, why won't this market just keep going in one direction? This is crazy. If that's you, I would encourage you to start to think about waiting for the market to give a clear signal in the morning and not being lured into trading the chop here just because of the amount of volatility that it has. Sure, if you went short up here and took profits down here, you made a lot of money. If you went long down here and took profits up here, you made a lot of money. But there was no way to know what was going to happen in those moments. So probably if you tried to take those trades, it's been very mentally exhausting knowing when to go long, when to go short. Do I get in? Do I get out? And what you're doing is you're wearing out your brain for the rest of the day. It's something that Jim Dalton talks about often, the idea of mental capital, right? The idea that you want to keep your brain calm and fresh and relaxed for when the good opportunities present themselves later in the day. And just let the market chop like this. You know, with the C period prints in 7 minutes. So if the C period comes down here and gets below the B period low, we can start to look for rotational trades. And, you know, they'll have a much better probability of being successful than just guessing while the market is chopping like this. And that way we have a fresh brain. A fresh brain. You know what I mean? Fausto, 4 trades, 4 losers, damn it. Yeah, that's the thing. People always ask me, how can I do this? How can I sit on my hands for the first hour, even if the market has this much volatility? But that's why. Because I've had so many days like that. And then you're burned out in the first hour of the day. Douglas. Fair enough. uh, Salmon River, did you just wake up? Good morning. Does volatility matter when you know where the volume you want to be active in is? Um, does volatility matter? I'm not really sure how to answer that question. It's not really about the volatility. It's about understanding what the market is doing. Like, is the market trying to go higher today? Is the market trying to go lower today? Or does the market just need to go sideways today? So it doesn't really matter how much volatility there is while the market is chopping. When it's doing this, you just don't know yet. You have not been given a signal as to what the market is trying to do. And so if you don't know yet what the market is trying to do, you don't take a trade. And yeah, tempo is that's not volatility, that's tempo if you're talking about the speed it's moving. And yeah, tempo is important, right? The faster the tempo, the more likely it's emotional. Meaning it's just people freaking out, getting long, getting short, getting out of their positions, getting stopped, trying to enter again, getting squeezed. Like when you have the really fast movement, that's just a sign that it's short-term traders getting overly emotional. Great if you're a scalper, but not for anybody else. No, I agree with that, Salmon River. I am awake and watch the market. I just don't enter the trades. And I've gotten to a point now where it doesn't even bother me. I can watch the market grind around and just wait. Man, tale of two markets here. Let's pop over and take another look at the NQ. Man, just rotational, poor high, poor low. Okay, internal's looking pretty bearish here. Bryce thinks we should be going lower. It certainly feels that way. But like I said, to get me to go short, they got to push below that node of volume, then come back up and find resistance. Then I'll take the short. All right, so because we didn't start one time framing yet in the B period, I'm not going to consider it rotational if it goes lower. I'll consider it one time framing if the C period gets below the A. So because the C period low is only one tick away from the B period low, we consider that weak, which means it's in need of repair. The way it can get repaired is the market comes down and it pushes 2 ticks below the A period low. That means that it's repaired. And it's just one of those things over time. You notice the pattern that often if a market stops within only 1 tick of a previous reference, it's still weak here. It's still only 1 tick. If it stops within 1 tick of a previous reference, it needs to come back down and push through there. It's a sign that it was short-term traders that did the buying there. And because they're short-term traders, eventually they got to take profits. And so that's what brings the market back down. Charles, come on, don't you ever FOMO? Yeah, bro, all the time. All the time. I can't help myself and I get in a trade. And I usually know it 2 seconds after I enter. I enter the trade and I go, why did I just do that? I'm FOMOing. I'm going to regret this. But yeah, I'm human, dude. I still make mistakes every day. Yeah, that SHIB is crazy. I saw that this morning on CoinMarketCap. It's like everybody's selling every other crypto and piling into that one. Holy moly. It's up 128% in the last week. Oh, I miss crypto. Look at this, though. Everything else is down except for that one. It's a straight up dog race here between Doge. It's like a greyhound race. Who's going to get a higher market cap than the other? Is it still pumping this morning? Yep. Man, the chop vest continues. So depending on what happens with the NQ here, right? If the NQ pushes above its high, comes back down, finds support, it could start continuing higher. But if it remains rotational like this, I'd be willing to sell this node up here for potential rotation back down to the POC. But I would still need more confirmation because I haven't gotten an official signal one way or another. Chittin, 30% on a $2,000 trade. Well played. Shubaho, deep, good taper at the A period lows, Charles. It's okay, but it's not great. I do think we might need to push down in there one more time just because you have 800 contracts here and then 400 right above it. Let me zoom in. So, I mean, I might just be getting a little overly picky there, but I'd rather see like 2,000 contracts here, 1,000 here, like 900 here. That would be really good taper. But generally speaking, yeah, it's still pretty good. Just not perfect. We need to get above 90.50 to keep daily one time framing alive. I don't think we're one time framing on the daily. Yeah, we made a lower low here today. So that's today would be the cessation of one time framing. These internals look very bearish. The price action feels rotational, but the tick should be kind of just grinding around the zero line if it was. So it's a little bit more bearish here than rotational on the internals. All right, NQ just pulled its value area as it's trying to get up there and repair that poor high. It pulled its value area to overlapping to higher, which is a sign of either sideways or upward movement. Very weird read. Ticks all the way down here, but price all the way up here. Interesting. River Rock, it's the low caps that are the dog today. Oh, yeah. They are selling off as we speak. I can't bring up the Russell on here, I don't think. I could try. Oh, man, it's working. Okay, so the Russell is one time framing lower. It's pretty bearish. Value areas completely below yesterday. even the most recent range, it looks like it's been kind of bouncing for the last few days. Yeah, you got the signal yesterday with value being overlapping to lower, that the uptrend was coming to an end. So it looks like the next support is around 2263. Back to the ES. Rocket, brother. Good for you, man. No, I can't bring up crypto on the market profile. You got to pay for that data. Bryce, what do I think about trading volume profile alone? I think it's a great tool, but it's only part of the equation. All it shows you is volume. The really important thing is time. The way Jim Dalton talks about it is that price advertises, time regulates, and volume measures. So if all you've got to look at is price and volume, you're missing a key component in market understanding, which is time. Dave, what platform do I use? The market profile software is called Window Trader. Window spelled without a W at the end. Fausto, what is the market trying to do? Well, it's obviously rotational. There's uncertainty. You know, they're exiting the low cap stocks and piling into the mega caps. And the rest of the market is just stuck in the middle, bouncing around between them. At this point, buying support below value would be a reasonable trade. So the market, we know the market's high probability of repairing this weak C period low, right? So at some point, it's probably going to come down here and get just one more tick lower. So then we look for what happens when it does that. When it gets down into here again, starts to get into where we had this node of volume from yesterday, right? When it starts pushing in there, does it just kind of keep poking down and it can't get any further? We look over at the ticks. Are they trending higher? Okay, are there more buyers stepping in? If so, you buy it for the rotation back up to the POC. Same thing up here. Gets above value over here. They can't get any higher. You sell it for a rotation back to the POC. Donkey's getting so upset with these questions. Donkey, this is how I grow the channel, brother. I have to get new people in here. I have to let them ask the questions. So Dr. Dinesh asks, what psychological book do I recommend for emotions? And Donkey got it right in his response, Trading in the Zone. Trading in the Zone is my favorite book on trading psychology I've ever seen. I also created a hypnosis track. If you just go to the homepage of the Pirate Traders YouTube page, you'll see a hypnosis there where you can just listen to that as you fall asleep at night, and it will program the teachings of Trading in the Zone directly into your subconscious brain. It takes a few weeks of listening to it every night, but then suddenly the ideas start to become your own. Yeah, you're right, Cotton Dog. I probably should just do that. Put it all in the description, all the frequently asked questions. But then what would I have to talk about? There's a great idea, Cotton Dog. A newbie questions, drinking game. Probably not the best idea to be playing it while we're live in the market, but fun idea. Yeah, Mangala. Now, there's a subject I'd love to talk to somebody who really knows a lot about Neuralink and ask them about what trading will be like when your brain can be directly connected to the computer. Shit's going to get intense. All right, so the NQ just repaired its poor high. So it is now technically one time framing higher, which is a little bit bullish. So what we're looking to see now is, can these ticks continue to trend higher? Right? Can they keep making higher lows as they continue to push higher? If so, then the uptrend is likely to continue. And remember, they got that poor high at the all-time high. So markets love to get to the all-time high. Very good chance they could push up there to try to repair that. Okay, so there's the repair. It happened very quickly, but there's the repair of the weak C period low. So now we're looking to see, can we get support here? Looks like we're getting it for a rotation back up to the POC. Oh man, D period pulling that POC lower. So if you're in that long trade, you'd want to just go ahead and take profits here. I know it's frustrating because you were hoping to get back up to there, but sometimes that POC getting pulled lower is a signal that the price acceptance is on the lower end. Also pulling value a little bit lower. Definitely feels rotational. JTrader NQWTF. Yeah, it was just a failed breakout. That's all it was. They had to get a little excess above that poor high. But now they've pulled back down into this volume node, and they're trying to bring in more buyers here. Remember, price is an advertising mechanism. If pushing up above that B period high wasn't the move that brought in more buyers, which we know it wasn't because look at how thin the volume was there, well, then they got to pull down the price. They got to put it on sale. Hey, 25% off. Come buy a new sweater. And then that brings in the buyers to make another attempt. But if they don't step in here, well, then you just rotate down and back up. And you get a rotational day. We can watch that D period low to see does it stay above the C period low. If it does, they're likely to head back up there again today. If it gets below, then you're looking at rotation. Tricky markets this morning. Tradable, but you got to have tight stops and you got to have perfect entries. Rob, D period pushing up that POC. Yeah, it was a little fake out. That happens. Pulled it down, immediately pushed it right back up. Yeah, we got some order flow traders in here. Cloud, I don't see your previous comment as to what you're referencing. But yeah, everything that I talk about here is day trading. It's all just what's the market going to do over the next hour or two. Definitely not in terms of swing trading. Jitten, am I changing the banner to rotational? No, I mean, I haven't actually technically gotten the signal for rotation. Remember, trend up, trend down, and rotational, those are not my opinion of what the market is going to do. That means I've gotten a market-generated signal, a rule in market profile theory that that tells us what the market is doing. So right now, the market is actually, it hasn't given us any signal. It's not officially one time framing down, up, or had the cessation. Now, if the D gets above the C and then we find resistance, then we'll know for sure that the market is rotational. But right now, it could be trending down. So it's too early to officially make that call. All right, so if you're trading the NQ, you could have bought that support in this volume node here that we just pulled down to, as the market is one time framing higher in the NQ, looking for continuation above that C period high. ES has potential resistance just above it in this 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. So that will correspond nicely with getting into this volume node or this one for resistance that is sellable back to the POC. Turns out this was the worst day to stay live on the public stream. Anybody that's new, that's just discovered us, this is not a good day to teach market profile theory. We're getting very, very few clear signals here. Bryce, does anybody have any tips for swing trading and tools that could be useful? Yeah, I mean, I will just say one thing that's great about market profile for swing trading is the value area, right? So the blue shaded in box that you see here, that represents 70% of the day's trade. And so because it's such a big portion of the day's trade that's, developing inside of there, it's very hard to move. The price itself, like where the market is at the moment, that can run up and down and all over the place and just totally mess with your head. But it's harder for the market to move that value area, that blue shaded in box. So it can be a great signal on a swing trading basis to show you in particular where reversals are happening in the market and that a trend is continuing. So to keep you in a swing trade for longer. So for example, let's just jump back down to the lows from the market. So this was that like dead cat bounce, right? So the market started to make, lower volume, overlapping to lower volume, and then another overlapping to lower. Okay, so the trend was still down. Then the next day, volume broke out massively, and you had higher volume, right? Like way higher, higher value, way higher than all these other days. I mean, it just out of nowhere, the market was like, takes off. So that's like your signal as a swing trader that the momentum to the downside is coming to an end. So you either enter there or you maybe wait one more day for confirmation, another day of value being higher. So then you're like, okay, cool. The downtrend is definitely over. And then you just monitor the value. You just keep saying, as long as the value of the market keeps going higher, I'll stay in the trade. So then, it's going higher, it's going higher. You got one day of overlapping to lower. So maybe you exit your trade or maybe you wait one more day for confirmation. But then boom, the market's like value is higher, value is higher, value is higher, right? So it kind of keeps you in those trades for a longer time period rather than letting, an individual day's price range, trick you out of it. So that's one pretty reliable signal. Not perfect, but it's pretty good. Man, these internals. So both indices, market is trending higher on the internals, but still having a hard time staying above that zero line. Okay, so once again, potential resistance for the ES here is this node of volume right around 45.70. There's another one up here around 72. And you got that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. Any of those could act as resistance that would cause the market to trade back down to the POC. On a rotational day, which this one isn't officially yet. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll call it rotational. And this is for the ES rotational. The NQ is still trending higher. On a rotational day, we think about this line right here where you see the yellow and green letters. We call that the fairest price to do business, the point of control. And essentially the way to think about a market that's rotational is that if that's the fairest price to do business, the people who are buying above it are overpaying, and the people that are selling below it are, selling for less than it's worth. So you want to be a seller above the POC and a buyer below. And so you just basically watch when the market pushes up into resistance, you sell it. And then when it gets back to that POC, you take your profits. And then when it pushes lower into support, you buy it. And then you take profits again at that POC. And you can just rinse, repeat all day long. And it is very, very common that the market will just keep passing through that level. I can expand out the overnight just to show you what it would look like. So you can see this green line here, pushes above, comes back down through, pushes above, through, pushes above, comes back down through, trades and trades and trades down here, then pushes back through again. So it just kind of keeps coming back to that fairest price to do business over and over again. Shubo, let's do it. Let's take a look at the Q. All right, they're still trending higher. It's not a super strong trend. Looks kind of rotationally, but they are trending higher. '20 moving average acting as strong resistance here for the ES. So once again, now that we've passed back through that point of control, we're looking for support, which is buyable for a trade back up to it. Sometimes the market just has to go sideways for a day to sort of absorb or digest a large move up that had happened prior. So it's starting to feel like that's what we're looking at here today. Not very exciting, but there's lots of money to be made. Just remember to buy below the POC and sell above it unless the market starts to break out. So if the market gets below that A period low, it's no longer rotational. It's trying to break out to the downside. And same thing if it gets above that B period high. But as long as it stays in between the high and the low, it's likely to just keep rotating. It'll come back down into here. It'll find support again. It'll go up. It'll find resistance. It'll come down. And it'll just keep doing that dance all day long until it's able to get above there or below there. Great day for asking random questions. If there's anything people want to know out there. If I don't have the answer, maybe the chat will. Ask away. What's your trading goal? Great question, Miles. Well, my goal has always been first and foremost to make a living from it, right? To be able to do it as a full-time job. And then eventually what I want to do is put aside $1 million. This is going to sound crazy to you guys, but this is really my plan. I want to just slowly but surely put aside $1 million and then make a movie. That's my dream, is to fund my own feature film and to do it with trading money. What about you guys? What's everybody's trading goals? It's a great question. Let's hit it up in the chat. Is SHIB a buy now? No, not for me. I don't fuck with those bubbles anymore. If you're going to buy it, take your profits quick. Miles, yours is to become a rock star in a band. Well, trading is not the way to do that. Two Man F's. What's the topic of the film? Throughout my life, I've come up with dozens and dozens of ideas. So, I'm years away from having that kind of money to make the decision, but I'll figure it out when I get there. $1 million doesn't sound like enough for a movie? Sure. A low budget indie? No worries. $1 million is plenty. Cloud traveling while trading. Yeah, that's great. That's the dream, man. Sitting on a beach with a laptop. New hotel every night. Wouldn't that be nice? Ronald, back to the PO, back to the PO, back to the POC. Yeah, you know me. It's where the fairest price can be. Less fuel, would an investor fund a movie? Yeah, absolutely. The honest truth is, like, for those of you guys that don't know my history, I've worked in film and television my whole life. But then when the pandemic happened, I was working at a TV network prior to that, and I got let go. And so I just decided with the lockdowns, I was like, all right, like, I had been trading for years as a hobby, as like just something that interested me on the side. And I kind of decided, I was like, all right, either I bear down right now and I write a script and I start raising the money and I make my goal of this, however long these lockdowns last, I make the goal of it coming out ready to produce my own film. And like you say, finding investors and stuff like that to pay for it. Or I make my focus trading and I focus on that and I figure out how to make enough money at that I can pay for my own movie down the line. And I just chose the trading. That was the avenue I chose. Amir, I don't, but I'm working on him. My recommendation is Jim Dalton, who you can find at jimdaltontrading.com, or Peter Resnacek, who you can find on the Shadow Trader YouTube channel. Film movie on your iPhone? Nah, man. Doesn't work like that. Of course, Amir. Hit that subscribe button. Okay, so once again, rinse and repeat. Look for support, which is buyable below the POC for a rotation back up. John, do enough successful micro swing trades and other swing trades to accumulate a portfolio of dividend paying stocks that pay 7K a month. That's the plan, and I'm halfway there. Well, good for you, John. That's a great plan. $7K a month of dividend stocks, you probably need close to $1 million, I would guess, depending on what you're in, but that's very doable. JTrader, where's the join button? Do you mean join the Brigade? There's a link in the bio. Ray Miller is asking about that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. It is a simple moving average. And it's very important that you're only using the regular trading hours, not the overnight trade. That's why I use the SPX and the NDX, so that it doesn't include that overnight section. Can't tell you why it works so well. It just does. Got to be some algorithms that are designed specifically to use that. Okay, so back to the POC once again. Once you get back to that point of control, the probability is 50-50 that the market goes up or down. So the next push might be up, looking for resistance, or it might be down once again, looking for support. Harry, do you think long-term NQ will perform better than ES? Um, yeah, I mean, probably. It's hard to say, really. There'll be cycles, right? There'll be times when it's performing better and times when it's not. But but obviously, technology is the future. There's no there's no limit to it. You know what I mean? Okay, NQ is still technically trending higher. So there may be some information here if the E period is not able to get up above the D period in the next 20 minutes. But as long as it can, then the market can continue to trend higher. The ES, however, remains rotational. $100 likes. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Sometimes you want to join the brigade where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you're in the chat. Where is our Kay Leon? We're all wondering. Because she is one of us. Join a team and trade with a brigade. No, now if he's just saying he takes trades and then like he takes swing trades and then he takes the profits from them, and instead of keeping it in the swing trading account, he buys stocks with it. He buys dividend stocks. All right, NQ really struggling to get that E period high above that D period high. It's still weak here. So I think what might happen is if we do get above that D period high, we'll get a little pop, a little short squeeze, but then likely we rotate back down into range. ES remains rotational, looking to buy support here for a rotation back to the POC. Naif, what do you mean by uh, the pandemic has been very generous with opportunity? Is Saudi Arabia giving out like stimulus payments? Is that what you mean? Cool, cool. Yeah, I gotcha. Same Z's for me. Good call on the week reference there with the F period high. F period high is weak because it's one tick from the half back. I don't consider it weak if it's just at the POC, but that half back will make it weak. New NQ high. Yep. So let's look and see if it just kind of pushes above, squeezes out those little shorts, gets that little pop, and then pulls right back down, which is what it feels like it wants to do to me. But if not, if they can keep that F period low above that E period low, they can continue to trend higher. All right, guys. Sorry I've been away. I got stuck on a phone call. But let's dig through the chat here and back up some of the things I missed. Nias. ES is boring. Shorting NQ. Don't do this at home, kids. Let's see what's happening with the NQ. Oop, you were early, my friend. Market is still one time framing higher. So I still think they're targeting that all-time high, and they may need to repair that first before they come back down. So with the internals looking the way they are, I'm almost certain they will. I think you're just a bit early on your short there. No worries. Shibaho Deep said it looks like this time we're going to pierce through the MA. It appears to have not. It's still acting as resistance, or we got a little poke through, but then it pulled right back down. John, there's definitely something to that. The idea of patience and discipline. But it takes a lot of experience to add to a trade in the heat, when it's going against you. Adding to requires that you're a very, very experienced trader. Not for the noobs. But I dig it. I dig your strategy. Black Cat, why you not consider D low weak? One tick off of yesterday's low. You're right. It is weak. I just didn't see it. So we got 2 weak references down there. Yeah, now if I hear your argument of you're just YOLOing into the trade for fun because you're already in profits, but I think if you're trying to be a trader over the long term of life, you'll stop doing that. You'll start recognizing that you need those profits, even if they're more than your goal, for future trades. So you'll still want to remain disciplined and not YOLO into stuff. But I totally get the instinct. Ocean Blue, pull, higher 1, lower 2 from here. Well, the market is rotational, so a breakout is not going to be confirmed unless we get above that B period high or if we get below that A period low. It is true with all these poking at this 20 moving average. One thing that Jim Dalton talks about with something like this that's acting as resistance is that you can consider it a semi-permeable membrane. So the more times you poke at it, the weaker and weaker it gets, and eventually you're going to break through. So the odds of the next poke up into there really being able to actually get above are a little bit higher. But there's still lots of places for resistance in here that would cause a rotation right back down to the POC. And remember, once the NQ gets to its all-time high, it might be like the ES. When the ES got up there, it brought in more buyers and we got continuation. But a lot of times there's sellers waiting up there to take their profits. My pleasure, John. Brian, nice 45-degree angle on the lows. I guess technically to be an official 45 degree, it's supposed to start from the low, but yeah, I see that. But the question is, why aren't the internals building? You know what I mean? Why haven't the slower internals started to turn up? Why aren't we consistently trending higher on the ticks? We're getting it in the NASDAQ, but not in the NYSE. So the internals still look very rotational, which in my mind means if we do get a push up, we'll just find resistance and then rotate back down. Shubaho, 4 p.m. is when the market closes for me. Brian, yeah, that's a great point. I can get behind that. I just think that same push-pull between the low caps and the mega caps, I think ES in general is stuck in there the same way the internals are. It's kind of stuck in the middle. Ocean blue. Oh, that's a great idea, actually. To have emojis for each letter. I should talk to Window Trader and see if I can get them to let me do that. Like the A period would be like a uncertain face. And then by like C period, it's like a smiley face. D period's like a thumbs up. E period's when it starts to get boring. So that's like, that would be like a sad face or a bored face. I love it. Charles, do I take little trades to the POC, such as just like 10 ticks? I do. On a day like today, I would, right? If it's so right now, it looks misleading because the value area has gotten much tighter. But yeah, if like it earlier this morning when the value area was like down here, I was taking trades at the lows, even though it was still inside of value, just because it wasn't getting outside. But normally I like to wait for it to go outside. And then a lot of times I'll just add a quick contract. So, like, say I enter on the F period high short and it starts to pull back in, and then it like comes back up, gets some resistance, starts going down. I'll just throw another contract in real quick to take profits just from there to there. But a majority of the time, 90% of the time, I'm waiting for it to get outside value area. Today just happens to be a very tight range. Yeah, donkey. Uh, and of course, we know which period would be the eggplant period. Would definitely be the M. Shubho Deep, yeah, I find it kind of goes both ways. For some people, the regular candlesticks are easier, particularly people who've been reading them for years and years and gotten really used to it. But yeah, for me, as soon as I started trading with the market profile, I found it to be so much easier. Particularly in like moments where the market's going a little chaotic, like a liquidation break or something like that. When you're looking at a regular candle, it can just look so scary. Whereas with when you've got that three-dimensional profile, you kind of understand it's just dipping down to come back up. So yeah, I find the profile to be easier to read than candlesticks. All right. Well, they're winding that spring up. They're making it tighter and tighter. So they should get a bit of a break out of this range at some point. Is this it? Is it a breakout to the upside? Ticks are trending higher here on the NYSE. So again, I'm still looking for resistance. The way I treat rotation is I still look for resistance to short for rotation back to the POC. And I just have my stop up here above the high of the day. And then if they push above that price and pull back down, and then they start to find support around that high of the day, that's when I look to go long. If not, if they push above and then pull right back down into the range, I jump right back into the short to go back to that POC. So to me, it feels like even if we get a little spike higher, we're still just going to meet some resistance here and rotate back down. But I'm prepared if there is a breakout on the ES. Brian, please do something. Partho, it's a bit too late to say it here, but yeah, with that, again, that's not technically the official term for the 45-degree angle, which is it should start at the low, but obviously it's still the same thing. And it just increases the odds that it's stronger buyers than sellers. So they should be able to push through to the upside. But there's lots of resistance up in here for them to hit and rotate back down to the POC. So I wouldn't be looking for a breakout unless we can get above that B period high. Rob, newbie question. Volume versus time, aka the volume profile versus the TPO. Do you feel strongly that one is superior? I tend to use both for context. Yeah, I mean, if you made me, somebody asked me this question like a week or two ago. Yeah, if you forced me to choose between one or the other, I would choose volume. Um, but honestly, you really need them both. You need to be able to see where the volume is coming in, what level, right? And how much time the market is spending at that particular level. Now, you can kind of see it in the regular candlesticks. It's just not as clear, right? So that's what's great about the market profile is when you see the collapsed profile like this and you see the shape, it just shows you exactly where those larger nodes of time. And I really feel like you need both. But yeah, gun to my head, making me choose between one or the other, I would prefer to at least have the volume profile. Palo trader, long or short in the S&P 500 right now? Well, the market is in what we call a rotational day, right? It's just kind of going up and down. And the way I look at markets when it's doing that, until it breaks out above the high, I assume anything up here is shortable, right? If the POC is the fairest price to do business, I want to be selling above that price and buying below it. Now, Shubahov, that's a perfectly fair trade to be in. But just to give you some perspective, if you tried to take that trade in the C period, the D, the E, the F, or the G, it would have been a bad trade, right? Because the market didn't get to go anywhere on the upside. Whereas going short at the C period high, D, E, F, and G, targeting that POC was 100% profitable. So to me, it's much easier to go short above the POC to get back to it than to go long here hoping to see how far up it'll push, because it can find resistance anywhere in here. But for now, that's a good trade. You got the breakout of that sort of, triangle that we were in. Let's jump over and look at the NQ. It wants that all-time high. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Probably be quite a bit of a little spike once we get above there. Some shorts will be covering in that area. And then the question becomes, are the longer-term traders, the swing traders, taking profits, or are they going to let that sucker keep going higher? We'll assume that it's going to go higher if once it gets above there, it pulls back down to yesterday's high and then starts to bring in some volume. We start to see pink candles. Then we know that new buyers are stepping in because of the all-time high. If not, rotation back down. You're riding the train singing "Break on through to the other side." Break on through. Fausto, are the bears failing here? No, I still see it as rotational. Like I said, we got lots of resistance up in here in this node of volume from yesterday, right around that 72, 73 level. So they got to work their way through that and then get above the high. Otherwise, they're likely to just rotate back down to the POC. Seen it a million times. Paolo, I never used tick charts, so I can't really comment on them, but I know scalpers really like them. There's a few people in the room here that use those. Ocean Blue. It's the first time I've ever been compared to Pornhub, but yeah, happy to be of service. Yeah, Fausto, your stop is too tight. That's like you got to give it room, man. The rotational trade, it could go anywhere in here. So your stop's got to be above there. Um, so you choose your position size based on that. So if you wanted to enter right here, how much are you risking? Okay, so you're risking like $4 basically. So what size position can you take if you're going to risk $4? Right? Maybe only one MES. Whereas if you were entering up here, maybe you could go a full ES or you could go 4 or 5 MES. You know what I mean? That's the way I think about it. But yeah, you always want to have your stop on the rotational ones above the high of the day, unless there's a very clear node of resistance. Like if this was just right here, like really predominant, and this part wasn't there, you could put your stop just above that. But because you've got anywhere in here can be the resistance, you really got to give it some breathing room. Also, another thing I always talk about is, especially if you're new to trading rotation, you can catch it on the way down. You know what I mean? You don't have to catch it at the high. You could wait till it pushes up, can't get up any higher, and then you catch it like on the way down. You go short there. But that's the fun of trading with a paper account. Try it out. Try a bunch of different things. See what works best for you. I do believe that's a new all-time high on the Q. Bow, 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 bow. New all-time high on the Q. So now what we're watching for is when they pull back down towards yesterday's high, do they start to turn some of these candlesticks pink? Do they start to bounce around in here, build up some volume? Then you could be looking for continuation higher. But the first little push up will just be short covering. So they'll need to pull back down and build support if they're going to get continuation. So NQ just keeps us from going lower. Don't think it's happening today. Could be entering a melt up phase. Yeah, I mean, that's possible, but to me, it's still a short. Like I said, for me to go long here, I'd need to see them get above yesterday's high and then find support. But you're right, the NQ is pulling it pretty hard. The nice thing about the rotation is, though, you'll only lose once, right? Mr. Knife, yeah, I took like 4 different trades in my regular account this morning, but all of them I took profits at the POC. So I don't try to like hold it for the rotation all the way back up to the opposite end, just because I've just learned over time that happens less often than getting back to the POC. So I just always take profits there and then look to re-enter on the next pullback. Ocean Blue, I have to change my banner now? No, I don't. The market is still rotational, guys. It hasn't gotten above the high. And it can even go above the high and then fail and pull right back in. I always laugh when people have such a hard time understanding this. I'm telling you, I watched the market rotate a million times. It will not stop until it gets above the high, comes back down, and finds support. You could say, oh, but Charles has been one time framing higher, all in here and higher lows. But a million other times, this might be the time it breaks out. But a million other times, it would just rotate up and rotate right back down. So if you're playing probabilities, if you're playing statistics of how the market works day in and day out, you always assume it's rotational until it gets above the high, comes back down, and finds support. Always, every time, 100% of the time, you assume it's going back to the POC because 90% of the time it will. And so you'll make more money trading with the probability than with the one random time where it breaks out. Does that make sense? So Fausto, when do we know when real resistance? Well, that can be tricky. It can be hard to know. So you play it as a risk reward, right? If you're going to enter here, how much are you willing to risk? But really the only sign is generally the ticks. Or just kind of, if you're staring at the chart, if your eyes are locked on it, you can kind of just watch it happen. It'll keep pushing and pushing, and it just can't get above that level. That's resistance building right there. But it's hard to be exact. You just get a feel for it. You do it every day. Every time you get that cessation of one time framing, you just sit there and you say to yourself, where is it getting resistance? And your brain will get better and better every day at recognizing that resistance. There's no magic. It always does this or that. You just develop the skill over time. Trading Ducky. Damn it, Charles. You're feeling bullish. I don't know. Let's wait for the NQ. I think the NQ is holding up the ES here. So we got these single prints we left behind in the H period on the NQ. Those backfilling and then finding support at the base right there at like 15,687. That would get me bullish on the ES, because if the NQ continues higher, it'll pull the ES with it. Salmon River. Yeah, and I agree with that completely, Fausto. Play with it in the paper account. Try lots of different things. Make sure you have confidence in it first. Sorry, Ocean, did I yell at you? My bad, bro. I get so frustrated because every time we have a rotational day, I have to defend the most basic concept of rotation. And it always happens the same way. In rotation, people always think as it pushes up towards the high that it's going to break out. And as it pushes towards the low, like every time they're convinced it's going to happen. And I keep saying, why would I have these rules if they didn't work? Why would I be talking about these things every day if they didn't work? Peter, NQ broke the all-time high by just 3 points. Yeah, I would have expected a little more of a short squeeze up there. So now we're seeing, can they bring in new buyers? Can we get some pink candles up here? Not doing a great job so far. Mr. Knife, do you have a certain time to wait to trade real money, or do you start 7 a.m. if you see something? Well, I assume by 7 a.m. you mean market open. Yeah, no, if you're talking about the paper trading, I'm just doing that right now as testing a strategy, but I'm always trading with real money. And I take trades whenever I see them. If I see it 2 minutes after the market opens, I get in. If I have to wait 2 hours, I wait 2 hours. I take the trade when I see it. It brings up a great point, though, of talking about, oh, do I ever start before the open? No. I've done that in the past, and I don't do as well as if I trade during the regular trading hours. The market's just easier for me to read during regular trading hours. But it brings up a great conversation of something I learned from Jim Dalton, which is this idea of waiting for a trade to come to you. So many traders, they step into the market and they feel like they have to take a trade. Like they have to make their money in the first hour of the day or whatever. Like they have to take a trade. So they're just staring at the charts, trying to figure out, where do I get in? Where do I go long? Do I go short? Do I do this? That's how they're processing the information. And a lot of times that forces you into bad trades. So the better way to do it is not to think about taking a trade at all. Just literally don't even worry about taking trades. Instead, when the market opens, I ask myself, what is the market doing? That is my only focus. My only focus at the market open each morning is to understand what the market is doing. And what will happen is, at some point in the day, I'll know what the market is doing. I'll go, okay, it's rotating, or okay, it's trending one direction or another. I see, we have support here. Like, And once I have an understanding of what the market is doing, the trades come to me. I don't have to try to figure out. I already know exactly how I trade rotation. I know exactly how I trade trends. Okay, so we're building up support here. We may be getting a breakout. Ticks popping back above the 0 line. So after all my arguing, it might be the one time rotation doesn't work out. But let's give it time. But yeah, it's about, like, I already know how I trade a trend. I know how I trade rotation. I know how I trade no matter what happens in the market. I know what to do. So I'm not looking for trades. I don't have to be in a trade at any particular time in the day. I don't have to take any certain number of trades. I don't have to stay in a trade for a certain amount of time. I just watch the market and try to understand what the market is doing. And then the trades come to me. I suddenly realize, oh, look, it's going to break out here. Let me get long, or whatever the case may be. And that saves me from having those like feelings of FOMO, of needing to get into trades, because I just wait and the trade will come. It always comes. There's always an opportunity coming. You just wait for it. That's the key. All right, well, the buyers are trying to step in here on the NQ. Haven't quite gotten enough for a pink candle, but they're keeping it above yesterday's high. So that is a sign they're going to continue higher. DPNG, why the POC and not the volume POC? I don't have a great answer for that. They're normally pretty close to each other, but the POC is just easier for me to recognize on the chart. It's very clear. So that's the pattern that I recognized over time, watching it over and over again. But usually on a rotational day, it's basically the same area. They're usually right on top of each other. But I just learned from Jim Dalton, and he uses the time POC, so that's what I've always used. So that's what my brain has learned to recognize. Ocean Blue, you're responding to Sam, and he was making fun of me. You're responding to his sarcasm. All right, so what would lead me to think the market's going to break out here on the high? I'd need to see the ticks trending higher and above the zero line, which they are. And I need to see the market get above the high and then come back down and find support. But it looks like the NQ is trying to keep the momentum going. So if it does, it'll pull the ES up there. Just got to bring in enough volume to turn a candlestick pink here and have those ticks trending higher on the NQ. So we don't have a clear signal either way yet, but it's starting to look like it wants to get some continuation. Shubaho Deep, how are we looking compared to yesterday? Well, value is overlapping to higher, so that's bullish to neutral. We kept a higher low, so that's a little bit bullish, although it is poor. We spent more time and built up more volume above where we did yesterday, so that's a little bit bullish. So yeah, it's more bullish, I would say. All right, printing the J period here on the NQ. If the J period comes down to backfill these last few single prints left behind, that will be the cessation of one time framing. That will likely lead to a rotation down. But as long as they can keep that J period low above that I period low, they could get further continuation. Whoa, J Trader coming in hot. Peter, he wants to know your address. Wants to come by and visit you. Get to know you a little bit. All right, well, we got our first pink candle up here. So that's a kind of bullish sign. So once again, we're still just watching that J period low. I'm talking about on the NQ. Can that J period low stay above that I period low? If so, we can get the continuation here. They are bringing in volume above the previous high, which is what the market's got to do to successfully break out. I don't love the ticks, but there's potential. Same story with the ES, potential to break out. But at this point, it feels like it's maybe 60-40, 60% breakout, 40% rotation. That was Austria, no kangaroos. That's right. Salmon River all day. It's been trending higher. If I was a NQ trader, I'd have been long from the C period and still in it. It looks like they want to get another push. Getting to that moment of truth here on the ES. Once it repairs that poor high, gets 2 ticks above it. Does it come back down and find support? Or does it just fall right back down to the POC? Second poor high here in the J period. Poorer high. Okay, ticks are trending higher and above the 0 line. Check. Hey, Jonathan. Good to see you. I guess technically you can consider this another poor high since it's to the tick of the overnight. I won't, though. When do you know you were over trading too much? When you're losing money? You can take all the trades in the world as long as they're profitable. But if you just keep taking trade after trade after trade, and at the end of the day you have less money than you started with, you're over trading. Okay, so far they're not stepping in with any size to provide support here. So it still feels rotational. You're quitting for the day or quitting for life? If you're feeling like you should quit for life, my suggestion is take a step back. Paper trade for just a couple of weeks and try something different. Try something completely different than what you're doing. If you're taking really quick, scalpy types of fast trades, hear me out, 2-manifs. Just for like a week or 2 weeks, just try something totally different. Just say to yourself, I'm going to only let myself take one single trade today. And because I know I'm only allowed to take one trade, I'm going to wait until I'm absolutely certain it's going to be a winner. I'm not going to FOMO in. I'm not going to guess. I'm just going to wait until I'm like, I know for sure that this trade's a winner. Just try it for a week straight, every day. Only let yourself take one trade and then see if anything is different. Probably if you feel like quitting for life, it's because you're doing the same thing over and over again. You're not trying anything else. You might be surprised to find that you are a really good trader. You're just approaching the market wrong right now. Rob, yeah. If you're spending more on fees than you are on your profits, that's definitely overtrading. Yeah, Salmon River, that's true. I mean, trading's just not for everybody. But I just find the number one thing with coaching that I've discovered is like people don't change. That's the problem, is that they try something and they lose money and they get really frustrated and then they just keep doing it. And it's like, man, you could probably be a great trader if you just did it different. Like just try to do it different and create some kind of rules for yourself that force you to approach the market differently. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Trading is definitely not for everybody. So some people need to just accept it and quit, but not until they've fundamentally changed what they're doing first. That's weird, Asif. So you're saying on your regular candlestick chart? Hmm. You're right. Actually, I'm seeing that on my candlesticks too. Somebody pointed out a glitch this morning that this had a few more ticks. Maybe it's just off. I don't know why it won't let me refresh it. Yeah, it just won't let me. It's so weird. Yeah, I guess there was a glitch this morning. So normally I don't understand what's happening. Normally with this software, if I right click on it and I scroll down to market profile, there's a little thing that says request tick data. And you click on that and then it like refreshes it. But for some reason it's just not popping up this morning. So there must be some kind of glitch in the software. I could restart the whole thing, but I'm live streaming. So sorry guys. Actually, fuck it. We're not in a hurry. Let me just do it. I'll pull it off screen. IQ is the data feed I'm using. It probably wouldn't be the data feed though. It'd be the window trader software. Oh, it's IQ. They had issues today? Oh, well, thank you for the heads up, Steve. That must be it. All right, well, it's not popping up yet because it's loading data still, but it looks like we're getting that rotation back down to the POC. Yeah, it's still showing it as being higher. That's so weird. All right. ES finding some support on that 20 moving average on the 15-minute candles. Looks like the NQ may have gotten the cessation. Yes, it did. So it came down to backfill those single prints left behind from the H period, causing the cessation of one time frame. Now we still have a poor high in need of repair up here, but that increases the odds that it's going to pull back down into the range here at some point before close. And you guys can see now as an example, this is where the market was when everybody kept asking me, why am I not switching to bullish? Look where we are now. We're lower, right? That's why you have to get above the previous high and then find support. It's the only way to break out of rotation. Otherwise, you'll rotate back down. It's just what the market do. Asif, is it possible to move the POC into the 4572 area if the L and M periods grind in the same area? No, it doesn't look like it. It spent way too much time down here this morning. So even if we spent the next, hour and few minutes up here, it won't be enough to pull up the POC. Another weak reference, man. A lot of short-term traders in here today. I have no idea what's happening in the chat, but I know somebody's talking about a podcasty on Spotify. I picked up that much. Blackhead, I'm having trouble understanding what you mean here. Have a problem with taking profits? Neither taking pain of losses? Did you have those, Charles? Yeah, I mean, I would say for me, still to this day, okay, guys, you're driving me crazy. Yeah, I would say for me, even to this day, it's much easier to take the pain of a trade going against me than to let a trade run and maximize the profits. There's just something about when that P&L is green, you don't want to lose it. So that's something I'm always working on, trying to let those trades run as far as I can. It was a chat about a famous Czech trader. Oh, you mean up here you were short for the rotation down, but you closed it? Yeah, I wouldn't sweat that. That was a scary moment. It looked like it was going to break out. It's not every day that the NQ is making new all-time highs at the same exact moment that the ES is right on the top edge, so I wouldn't overthink that one. But yeah, for the rotational trade to work, you have to just sit in it and wait for it to come back. That's cool. You guys can have your conversation. It's just none of us get to participate. But yeah, you guys can chat it up. Doug with the jokes. I like it. It's got an air of dad joke to it. Just my kind. We should take a quick survey. If you live outside of the United States, just throw up in the chat real quick, where do you live? What country? Curious to see what all kind of people we got here in the room. 86 of us. Where's everybody from? Let me know. Slovakia, Russia, Brazil. Damn, dope. Keep it going. Italy, the UK, India, the Czech. You can't do a flag because then I have to know the flag. Brazil, another one. The same person. Ronald, you weren't listening to the directions. Singapore. Are we long or short? Well, let me ask you something. Is it a rotational day? Sure is. Are we above or below the POC? Pakistan. Really, Asif? Interesting. Canada. Oh, Canada. All right. Well, we're back to the POC. We cheated and pulled it up a little bit higher. But that is the point where you go ahead and take profits on the short. And as always, once you get back to the POC, the market can begin the two-way auction process again. It's a 50-50 chance it pushes higher or it pushes lower. The Polish flag. Poland. Okay. Well, we got a very eclectic group here. We also have an Aussie. I don't know where he went. Doug, that's kind of like its own country. You guys definitely got your own thing going. But there's a bunch of people in here from Texas. I would say Texas and California are the two biggest groups of Brigade members. Oh, Donkey, don't start stirring up shit. Isn't the J period weak because of the overnight high? Yeah, I mentioned that when we were there and said it could be considered poor. I won't consider it poor. Because poor just basically means that it needs to come back and repair it. I don't think that does need to get repaired. But that's just a personal choice. Jim Dalton would call that weak. DP, happy to, brother. Vincent, Charles, do you also believe the ES market ranges 70% of the time? Because I almost feel your rotational strategy seems to make trading predictable. Your thoughts? Um, yeah, I'm not sure 70% of the time. I'm not sure exactly how accurate that is, but yeah, it's very, very, very common, particularly in the regular trading hours, for the market to go rotational. Even if we start trending for a few hours, it often goes rotational at some point in the day. And yeah, that's exactly what I love about it, is that it makes trading rotation easy. Easy in terms of like technically knowing what to do, very hard emotionally. As I said, every time the market is pushing up, you'll think it's going to break out. It'll be very, very hard to go against the market. But if you do it day in and day out, you will notice over time it works out most of the time. Okay, so like I said, once we get back to the POC, the market can go either direction. So now my eyes are drifting towards the fact that we left a few weak references behind below. I'm not certain it will, but it wouldn't be unreasonable for the market to come clean those up real quick. DPNG, the hard part is to determine what type of day. Well, I can give you the magic trick right now, so you never have to have a hard time deciding again. When the market opens and it begins to move in a certain direction, it begins to trend. You look for when the cessation of one time framing happens. So today was a terrible example of this, but let's just try, for example, yesterday. So the market opens, A period pushes higher, right? B period pushes higher. So now the B period high gets 2 ticks above the A period high, and the B period low stays above the A period low. So there's no thinking involved. The market has given you its signal. It is trending higher. Okay? So now you go, okay, this is a trending market. I'm going to trade it like a trending market. C period prints. Oh, well, this happened very quick, but C period low stays above B period. It's still trending. D period low stays above C period. It's still trending. E period gets 2 ticks, exactly 2 ticks below that D period low, That is the signal. The market is no longer trending. It's no longer going up. It's ready to rotate. So then, I mean, yesterday you had this massive sell-off. Normally it's not that vicious. But that's when you get the pullback and the market begins to rotate. So what did it do? Pulled down and then rotated around for the rest of the day. Okay. So let's go back. Yeah, all these days recently were trend higher to rotation because it's been so bullish. So they're not great examples, but same thing here, right? So the C period above the B, D above the C, E above the D, F above the E, G above the F, H above the G, and then boom. In the I period, you get 2 ticks below the H period. What does the market do from that point on? It just rotates, just goes up and down. So that's your signal, getting 2 ticks below a previous low or above if it's trending down. That means the market is then rotational. Now, does it always work out 100% of the time? No. Sometimes you get cessation and then it keeps trending, but that happens like less than 2% of the time. It's very, very rare. Almost always, once you get those 2 ticks of cessation, that's when the market starts to rotate. And it will continue to rotate until it breaks out above whatever the range, the high and the low of the range is at that point. It'll continue to rotate until it breaks out above or below that range. And it really is that simple. There's no guessing involved. Black Cat, thank you for reminding everyone about that Dalton webinar. Always worth checking out. Kotik saw your promo video today. It's very funny. I don't think it's supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be like motivational. It's supposed to make you want to join. But thank you. JTrader, snip for tutorial. Yep. Although that one I literally talk about every day. Well, thank you for saying so, brother. I appreciate you. All right, ES appears to be heading down to try to repair those weak references, but the NQ is pushing into that 20 moving average, so it might find support there. Yeah, two manips. We've talked about that on this channel before. I know if I did more clickbaity stuff, I'd get more followers. But my original thesis in creating this channel was to avoid that because I hate that. As a person who watches YouTube videos about trading and finance, I can't stand all the clickbaity stuff. It's a giant waste of time. So I wanted to be something different. But you're right. It's tough, man, in a competitive way to try to make quality stuff and grow an audience. It is difficult. But yet I persist. I carry on. All right, well, we're getting a liquidation break here, probably because of the NQ. So we may fall down below the A period low here, in which case we would, as always, look for, if it does get below that A period low, when it comes back up, does it find resistance? Or does it just glide right back up to the POC? Okay, so this is a liquidation break. So liquidation breaks, the market falls very quickly in a very panicky, emotional way. But as soon as it finds support, it will often rotate right back up to where the break took place. So you don't want to short it. You instead want to try to catch the falling knife. Or if you short it, you want to be very quickly trailing your stop because it can turn around and float right back up very, very quick. Once you shake out all those weak hands buyers, right? Bring in stronger hands buyers who are buying down here. Market just goes right back to where it was. Yeah, Donkey, it's because of that NQ. Think about all the short-term traders. Look at these multiple poor highs in a row. So all these people that were going long in here, they just gave up all at once. But there should be some stronger hand buyers in this volume here. So that'll give the market some support. hot dog. The market version of an enema. I mean, I guess so. Okay, so once the liquidation break starts to find support and it begins to push back up, we look for pink candles, okay? Because what can happen is the market can fall and then it starts to come back up and new sellers pile on. And so then the liquidation is over and it's a new auction of sellers to the downside. So what will generally happen is we'll see some pink candles, we'll see some random big nodes of volume, and then we'll look at the ticks and the ticks will be bearish. So that's a sign that new sellers are piling on. If not, you get the rotation back up. So once you start to find support, that's the next thing to watch for. Do new sellers start to pile on here? All right, this feels like new sellers piling on. It's not a ton of volume, but tempo-wise, that's what it feels like. Internals, that's what it looks like. Lewis, are you saying you made 15K today? Congrats, brother. That's a great day. Feel free to match RK and Fausto's $5 tip. That is awesome. 15 contracts, man. You got some cojones. There you go. Liquidation break. Instantly recovering. Brought in the stronger hands. I notice every time the ESX change, these type of moves happen. Could be. I mean, liquidation breaks are really common. We probably get at least one a week. They happen all the time. But the important thing to remember is they actually make the market stronger in the end. It doesn't feel like it right now. But once it rotates back up into the range, it will actually be stronger hands buyers who are buying here. Unless, of course, we get those pink candles and the sellers pile on. Brownfield could be news. Anybody know of any news? Could also just be the greed from the NQ, man. There were a lot of people trying to break this market out to the upside, and they're weak hands. We know they're weak. So as soon as the market started to trade lower, they just gave up and exited their trades. And that gets all these buyers to start freaking out too. That panic can happen very quickly. Billionaire tax news out of DC. Great. Yep. That's what you get with a liquidation break. Squeeze the weak hands, bring in the strong. All right, well, we're back up into the range, and the sellers haven't piled on, so I think it was just a liquidation break. That should actually make the market a little stronger. All right, Kim, happy to help. Congrats. Uh-oh, sellers coming in. All right, the M period is upon us, right at the base of the A period low. So the two-way auction has begun again. We squeezed out those weak hand longs. We bought in some stronger hands. So now the battle begins. Are they going to push it higher? Or is a new set of sellers going to come in and pile on lower? Let's make some guesses. Where do you guys think the market's going to close today? Where are we going to be in 30 minutes? My guess is the POC, 45, 66, 75. What do you guys think? Where are we going? Cotton Dog says 65. Two Man says all-time high. I don't know about that. Malcolm agrees with the 66. Oh, we got multiple. I shouldn't have said my guess first. Now everybody's saying POC. Shuba Hodeep, 66. Donkeys, see him 52. So down here in the lower end of the sell-off. Diane says 45.49. So she sees a little bit lower. Looking for support right around the base of the single prints from a couple days ago. That one single print. Still needs some backfilling. plot says below 52. So getting below our current lows. Shubaho Deep says 54 should hold. Not at the moment. Nicholas is seeing a much bigger pullback down to 25. Jay, a push back up to 58, just at around that A period low. Kotik is seeing 38 to 48-ish, so again, lower. Man, another person for like 28. You guys are really bearish. The market has already had a massive sell-off. Could be. There's lots of weakness in need of repair. Actually, not really. I would say once we repair that previous week D period low, there's a lot of support in here. You got these two overnights, time and volume, and the regular trading hours. So tons of support in this area. Austin, are you saying because my data was messed up, you exited the trade? I'm sorry, brother. For what it's worth, you could have stepped back in on the way back down. Cloud, well, if you like it, you can do it every day. It's just $10 a month. Link in the description below. Rob was thinking POC, but it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I mean, give it some time. And of course, we never know what the Murderbot's going to do in the last 10 minutes. Murderbot could just push us lower, pull us back up very, very quickly. Shubaho Deep. So yeah, if we close down here, spike rules will be in play for tomorrow. This is considered a spike down. Oh, no, Cloud. I'm saying if you wanted to watch the live stream like this all day, every day, you can join the Brigade, which is the private membership group. There's a link in the description just below the video. And you pay $10 a month, and then you can watch like this every day. I was just saying if you were enjoying it, it's available. And you don't have to watch all day every day if you're a swing trader. I always say if you think in an entire month I could give you a single idea that can make you $10 in the market or stop you from losing it, it'd be worthwhile. My computer tapes, thank you. My micro mechanism thanks you, and I thank you. Fair enough, Claude. I appreciate it. Is that what it comes out to, Lewis? 50 cents a day? Come on. You can find that on the sidewalk. Get out of here. Yeah, it seems that your math lines up. Cotton dog. Thank you. My computer thanks you. My micro mechanism thanks you, and I thank you. That's as deep as I can go. Mwahaha. I am Murderbot. Well, there you go, Am. That's the best review I've ever gotten. I did see Lost in Space. My mom was into that show. She showed it to me when I was a kid. And of course, I've watched the new one on Netflix. Cotton Dog, you're feeling like we're in for a nasty ride down? Could be. I mean, at this point, it feels like the regular traders, have already pushed it as far as they're going to. It'll be the murder bot that makes it crazy here, if that happens. But like I said, I have no way of knowing what the murder bot is going to do. A filmmaker, not an actor. Lewis, next week's special. That would not work out for me. Most of that merch I only make like $1 off of. It's like if a t-shirt costs $20, it costs me like, 18 or whatever to get it made. So probably wouldn't be a good idea to do that deal. Any film that you would know of? Um, Not really. Mostly indie stuff. If you know that TV show Schitt's Creek, I made all the promos for that for like 3 seasons. I take all the credit for its success. Yeah, John, that swing trade is working out for you. Real nice. Promo's like a commercial, but for a movie or TV show instead of a product. Salmon River, I don't remember that particular line. What would you say is the insight from that? That like once you wrap your mind around the market, it's easy to make large sums of money, but it's really hard when you're first starting out. Kotik tomorrow down. How do you feel? Well, again, it's a little too early. In 2 minutes, the Murderbot kicks in, and it could push the market anywhere. So I don't want to make a guess before the close what it's going to look like at the close. But yeah, I mean, it's worth mentioning, at least here on the ES, which is slightly different than the NQ. Value is overlapping to lower. And we will, if we close down here, we will have a spike down. So that's potentially bearish for further downside continuation. And there's lots of stuff below that needs repair. We still got a gap down here. Another gap here. Got some weak references we left behind from the 18th. And then way down yonder, we got one more gap. I really don't think we're going to get to filling that one. But so it's potentially bearish if we close down here. But like I said, let's give the Murderbot a chance. I've seen that sucker push this market right back up in a flash. Also seen it push it lower. All right, that's the Murderbot. Cue the Murderbot. Murderbot, 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 Murderbot. Which Murderbot song? I think I have a couple. Well, we have terrible taper at the low here. Devo Whip It, Murderbot. Oh, how did that one go? I can't remember the lyrics to that. What's up, Murderbot? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's up, Murderbot? Where we gonna go? Leaving bad taper at the low. So that bad taper does suggest we need some further downside continuation to get a little more two-sided trade here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Are you going to spike it? You can spike it. Da, 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 da. You can spike it. Spike it now. to the base of the single print from the 25th. Will they find support there? Spike it to the base. Will they find support there? Yeah, bro, I make this stuff up off the top of my head. It's no way to remember. Two man-ifs, that's it for you? As soon as I start singing, you're out? All right, brother. We'll see you next time. Honestly, this is a pretty tame murder bot, all things considered. Could have taken us much lower. Jaden, can you imagine if I really did and that's how I sounded? Okay, so this 45.45 level, that is the last week reference that's close to us that needs repair. So one would think that the market will find support just below there in this area here. So tomorrow morning, spike rules will be in play. For those of you that don't know, spike rules give you a great indication of what could potentially happen in a day. And so essentially, if we open tomorrow inside the spike, which will be this area here, that's a sort of neutral to slightly bearish place for the market to open tomorrow. If we opened above the spike up in here, that would be bullish. Or a better way to describe it would be the least bearish. But if we open below the spike, so if we open below what will be the low of the regular trading hours today, that will be extremely bearish for continuation lower. So that'll give us a good signal of what to expect tomorrow when we get ready to open. Wow, closing right on the bottom tick. Or one tick off from it. All right, guys, there's no two ways about it. That's pretty bearish. So let's see what they do in the overnight, whether we open inside the spike, above or below it. And that gives us a better idea of where the market might go tomorrow. All right, guys, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I appreciate the 115 likes. A special thanks to RK and Fausto for the $5 each. And I look forward to seeing you all here tomorrow morning.